It's another late night, can't sleep. Well, woke up in the middle of the night, can't go back to sleep. So, I'm gonna go live for a little bit, see what we do. Back on Judith Plains. It is the end of the month of October. Got a couple contracts we're finishing up. We're gonna work around the yard on some things. I gotta go pick up a bucket for the telehandler so we can look at getting some chickens sorted. It's not going to be the most efficient way to deal with the chickens, but I think for the time being, it might be the best option. The other option, I guess maybe for the sake of the chickens, it might be better to just get a small, trailer. Might be the best. We'll get a small trailer. Yeah, I can drive it back with this. So stick with this. We'll get up to the store, grab a small trailer. We'll see where we get to. I want to pick up. We've got some decent funds at the moment. We've got a couple of contracts to turn in there that'll be worth some decent funds as well. So I'm hoping if we pick up a trailer, I can fill it with mineral feed, dump it in the TMR maker, so we can start making some TMR. And then we'll look at maybe picking up, start us some cows, buffalo, sheep, and the chickens. Might be the way to do it. Yeah. Hey, little demon. I am also hanging out in Discord with Reyes and some others, but I'm on push to talk, so I'm not interrupting him at the moment. I did yesterday afternoon after I woke back up. I was on here a little bit, kind of messing around. I did pick up a contract that I had an issue with. I don't think it's on the maps issue. What happened was I got a contract. Actually, we're going to be driving by the field on a larger field for spraying, and I figured, heck with it. It was going to be my 5th contract. I got up there and it wouldn't let me spray the field because it was a field of peas that had withered, and nothing had been done, but um, the uh, weeds were still there, so it had triggered the weeding contract. So what I ended up doing, it's field 70. Strange. Huh. Weird. So in order to get the thing done, what I did was I used easy dev controls, and I made it into a field of soybeans that weren't ready to harvest yet, but at a state that I could spray the weeds out. And apparently they reverted back to withered peas afterwards. Weird. That is completely random. Small trailer. I think something like this would be perfect. I'd be able to move around little bits of TMR, grain, whatever for the chickens, hay and such. Or you.
Farm, cook.
You might be better. I'll leave the extension off of it because this can side dump. So if I have to go into a shorter area, I can side dump with it and not have to worry about the lift height. Alright. Get back to the farm. So I know the chicken coop only holds 500 chickens, which isn't a huge amount. Hey, bingo. Collect on that plowing contract. Hell yeah. Dodge Boy 879, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing this, or at least for me, very early Monday morning? And get ready for corn harvest? Nice. Yeah, I'm finding I'm having to get used to this particular map because the timings are it's got custom crop calendars, and it feels like the harvest dates are pushed back.
The brine is significantly heating up.
Your faces. Speaking of Reyes and Strund.
Now, so There's that.
Your face is taking steel? What?
Shut up, Darius.
The ha-ha isn't going out? You'll have to catch it when
146 degrees Fahrenheit.
it's going at 20-something.
You're hoping it started tomorrow, Dodge Boy? Nice.
Yeah, 21.6.
Yeah. Just lick it up. Be fine.
I told you it was going to get hot.
It's gonna get hot, hot, hot up in here. Main problem is I only have one Wheezewort.
Haha. I don't know.
That's not... Wheezeworts don't stand a snowball's chance in hell against the metal refinery.
Snowball's chance at a CAT scanner? Yeah, I figured they didn't.
That's why once you get later on,
Down the road.
Yep, the metal refineries end up in what's called an industrial sauna.
Yeah.
Wonder how much that open lot is. Wonder, I wonder. Chewy's Nightmare. Buddies have a PC server. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of custom productions on this map. I just haven't been able to afford them because I've been too busy trying to get the farm set up, so. I don't have no productions yet. Oh, you do the console server, Chewy? I think I overestimated this thing's pulling power with a full trailer. Oh well, we'll make it. Mr. Ep.6 coming in with a raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How's your stream impact? Yeah, your admin over there. Ah, you don't have a PC yet. Gotcha. Yeah, my kids were upset that FS25 is only on the PS5 because we don't have one and thus they can't play. So when I looked at my oldest and I said, well, you've got a job. If you want one, buy one. Needless to say, that hasn't happened yet. That's a long drive, 700 miles. Oof. Well, you get to bed there, Mr. Impact.
There's something down here, but I don't know what it
We'll
is.
catch you later, buddy. Again, appreciate the raid. Welcome in,
That would
raiders.
be. That looks like a pool of water.
Yeah.
Probably another neurovascular mind eraser.
Oh. Woo!
Alright. Park that there for a minute. Finished work. What do you mean finished work? How are you? Now I'm confused. Oh. This is the, that field. This was the plow. For a second there, I'm like, how's the cultivator finish this job? But it's not the cultivator. Road. Somewhere? Down here? It's a damn big field. This plow here, this is a cultivator I made into a plow a while back. If you hit !mods, it will bring you to my Google Drive. This should still be on there. It is the Vader Stat NZ Extreme 1425. I made a plow out of it. Okay, I'm curious where this goes. Ah. This runs along this way. Gotcha. Same one back in 22. Well, welcome to download it. That's why it's up there. Yeah, Welker Farm, the Welker's Farm map has some large fields, but because it's only a standard size map, you don't get a ton of fields. This being a 4X map, you get some pretty big fields, and there's 120 something. Yeah, so 122 I think is the highest number of fields. But like this field here is 133.2 acres just for the field surface. That happens to be the single biggest field on the map. Alright, back to the farmyard. We'll get this washed up, put away. I had to go grab the cultivator too.
Okay. Stop making the pickled meal.
Nope. They said absolutely not.
All right, Demonix, have a good night, buddy.
Later, Nemonix. All right. That's too funny. I cultivated the field, turned in the contract, and it immediately filled with weeds.
Nice. Gotta love that shit.
Well, it was a contract, and I got paid my $70,000 for cultivating the field, so I don't give a shit what state it looks like now.
Okay, that's fair, yeah. Okay. Touche.
Get planted in the springtime or something like that. Till then, I don't care what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I actually may end up... That's one of the things I want to look at. The planter I have, I'm likely going to swap it for a different planter before I ever even end up using it. Now that I've made some more money. Because it's a little on the small side. I need to upgrade the seeder too, sooner than later. Be a good use for one of those little Unimog things. Huh. I wonder. Holmer. Well, Annenberg or whatever the thing is. I want to find a decent auger wagon for that. Um. Alright, back to the farm. This cleaned up. 2 different colors, 2 different uses. Where can I park the strip? I'll put this on the little hopper here in a minute. Alright. I'm gonna put this back away now. Oh, hey, Muppet. Part of the purpose of having gone to the store to grab that was also to buy mineral feed while you were up there.
Lady Hot Eyes, how you doing, girl?
That's one thing I didn't do. What a Muppet. Alright. Gonna buy some chickens. Now, there'll be a lot of chickens getting run over here in a minute. What's up, Jers? Jeez, how much food does fits in there? A lot. Holy crap. Okay. Alright, Mr. Jers, how many times am I shuffling?
Not too great for living.
5? Sounds good.
Blood transfusion yesterday, and I feel icky today. Ugh.
Jesus, that's loud. Let me turn that down.
Dumbass dupes.
I gotta figure out how to lower the volume on that thing here in a minute. Without having to go into each and every one of them. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully it's better than yesterday's. Hmm. 50 grand to a new animal barn.
Are you really stuck?
Hey, Lee Mac, by the way. How's it going, Matt Alex? So, new animal barn. I don't think I'm going to be buying any animal barns. At least not anytime soon. So I'll give you the option, Jers. Do I need to save that for when I do buy an animal barn? Or could I put that towards animals? And it'll be your choice because it was your role. We're all gonna get run over. Dodging freaking chickens in my yard now. Squish.
Nothing wrong with chickens. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, when you're dodging them in the frickin' farmyard like a bunch of landmines.
I didn't say they were bright.
If Jack Sparrow treasures his jar of dirt, I'd love to stumble upon a jar of time, a vessel holding a few stolen hours I could open whenever life feels too rushed. Inside, each grain would shimmer like starlight, and breaking the seal would let me slow the world down, savoring
Well,
moments
first admit,
longer,
we've got some
stretching
stupid
laughter,
icebergs.
or reading endlessly without the clock's chase. A treasure beyond gold.
Yeah, right there, Lee. Make some tender. And I have some tenderized chicken here in a minute. There you go. I know that'll last the day for sure. Towards animals? Alright. We will put it towards animals then. I'm gonna send this guy up to the shop. And he's gonna go buy me some mineral feed put in here. I happen to know that'll hold 20K. We're gonna go 1, 2, that's 16. $16,800.
What did you have to have a
$19,150.
blood
950.
transfusion for, Lady Hot Eyes?
There we go. And while that's doing its thing, let's grab this other tractor here. Okay. What's going on, KW? How you doing, buddy? So food goes there. Buy 50 of them. Buy 50 of them. Look at the little goat. Look at the baby goat. Nah. AKW, could I get shoutouts for Matt, Alex, Lee, and Lee Mac, please? Alright, that'll get us some of them.
Son of a bitch! I'm in!
Not sure if you heard me or not. There we go. Perfect. Get this out of the way. You are very welcome there, Mr. Matt Alex. Alright. We'll put this away for a minute. You are also welcome there, Mr. Leemack. Leave this right here. Jump up to the store. It's not too bad at the moment. Of course, that's subject to change, but at this very moment, pain's manageable.
Okay, let's see what you're doing here, Reyes.
Trying to figure out the rad bolt thing.
If it's wrong,
Okay.
he's doing it.
Now remember, you don't want it. You remember how I had it set up at an angle?
Kind of.
Okay.
Because the way you're
failed to account for
aiming it
that.
right now,
Failed to account for that.
it's going to be shooting straight across where your dupes are standing.
What do you mean?
Shh. Nobody saw that.
Okay, put your mouse over where you're going to drill through the abyssal, or where we were going to put the red bolt generator.
Right here?
Okay. So are you going to have it shooting straight
Alright.
across to the left?
Mm-mm.
Back down we go.
Okay, which way are you going to go with it then?
Well, the generator is going to shoot it out this way. And then I was going to shoot it up to like here. And then across the gatherer to one here. And then kind of do the triangle that way. So my dupe can go up here. And into the machine.
There we go.
Okay, you're gonna want the
To the farm.
I'll be honest, I don't know. I'm just trying to get something so I can even understand what the fuck I'm doing.
You know, I just had an idea. It may not need to be a triangle.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna do our 50 grand because we've spent more than that already in animals.
Is he
There
trapped?
we go.
He's trapped. Quinn. Need a ladder at the top.
He's gonna take a dump on your floor.
Probably. Oh no, he
No.
passed out. He's like, fuck it, I'll take a nap.
In a pile of shit. All right.
Alright, so you're gonna dig
Back to
in
the farm.
there.
We're gonna have to do some landscaping after we get the
Let's just
Livestock.
stop that whole thing from happening and just
I wouldn't do that. I would leave the ladders because it's gonna give you room to work.
I gotta
with
figure out how to
the-
terraform.
Rad bolt bouncers.
no, fair enough.
I know you used to be able to use terraform to raise the ground pretty easily, but I don't know which machines by default will work with terraform. Still haven't looked at that yet. It's lacking.
I figure this one is the last one I want to put in, right, Srund?
I want to buy that field
Generator
next,
itself.
Yes.
but it's an
That's what I
expensive
figured.
one.
We can we can get the reflectors and everything set up before then.
That's only $759.
Alright, so where you
That's not
let's
bad,
get the
actually.
science station placed first.
That's not bad.
I went too far with this, so
Went too far with what?
they have to have a way to get up to the science station.
Okay.
I figured I'd have the science station.
And like I said, let's get it placed. That way we can figure out our angles and how much to cut off the left-hand side of that platform. I would have it over. Give yourself room to work with the rad bolts, so I'd go over 2 more.
Over which way?
My bad.
Actually, I see what you're saying.
That was a dump truck.
1 to the right.
Oops. My bad.
Yeah. Okay, so rad bolt generator is gonna stick out.
Dump truck.
Trying to look and calculate angles for you as to where stuff's gonna need to go. Okay, it's gonna, the end of it's gonna be right there. If you angle it up to, okay, receiver.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to dump into this the height that I'm at. It will indeed let me. Perfect.
All right. Do you want it sitting there, or do you, I mean, that would probably be your best spot.
That's what I was thinking too. So, if you think it'll be good, then I'm gonna stick with this.
All right. Now you'll be shaving off all 3 of those abyssalites on the end. Not just the middle one, but all 3.
Yeah.
If you, okay, so we'll angle the rad bolt generator to the upper left. So going up at a 45 to the upper left.
All
It's
right.
gonna go up,
Get that
up
done.
and over 1, 2.
We're going to start getting some of that now.
Yeah, go ahead and place the science station, and then bring up the rad bolt reflectors.
Where do I want to put this little
Alright.
frickin' trailer?
Go ahead and rotate that so the green arrow is over to the left side.
Up there.
Or so, yep, right like that.
Still going to get the real mower mod at some point.
Yeah, move your cursor down a couple squares just so I can make sure I'm counting right. Okay, so up there, there. Okay. You want to go up 1 and to the right 1 from where you had your cursor. So basically, where those 2 ladders are, go down 1.
Okay.
There.
And then to the right 1. No, no, back. Okay, the series of 3 verticals. Sticking in there. Yes, right there. It's gonna shoot up and over, hit the white dot. So, go ahead and drop it there. You can change the angle of the green. That's what
Let's
direct.
grab
Okay,
this.
now
We're going to send it to the store.
No. Yep. Press B. We're gonna need a few of those.
We're going to swap that.
Okay, so
planters.
Next reflector is going to be right next to the first one on the left-hand side.
There?
Yes. And once it gets built, we're going to angle that down and to the left. So it's going to go down at a 45, hit the target on the terminal, and then we're going to have to place 2 more of those reflectors.
There.
I would rotate it once. That way it'll shoot up between the ladders.
Wow, that gets expensive.
Yep,
Be
right there.
$390.
And then you'll go
I'd go with
up,
that Kinsey one.
straight up from that one, rotate it once, and then you'll end up aiming that one over to the one to the right. And that makes your triangle. You can't, unfortunately, can't change the target direction until after they're built.
I'm going to go with this Kinsey planter.
Fine. Not a big deal.
And then once everything's built, I would remove all, basically from the left side all the way over to under that bottom left rad bolt reflector.
Wait, what now?
The platform, your granite platform that you have there, from the rad bolt reflector that he just built, the bottom one, those 4 or 5 squares to the left, you're going to want to get rid of those, because you do not want to give them any opportunity to be walking where that may be zapping.
So that one's going that way. That one's going that way. That one's going up. That one's going that way. Right?
Yes. Then when you get the generator built, you'll be able to angle that up to that very first one that you selected, or the very first one you built.
Kinsey.
And I want to remove all these ladders now, right?
Yeah, we're going to go with the Kinsey.
Yes, I would remove the ladders.
At least the ones in the middle, right?
And then
I would get rid of all of them except for the one on the left-hand side that's used to go down. The more they are clear from those rad bolts, the better.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy this too. No, let's not buy that.
You're gonna leave those ones there still?
What?
Ladders.
No, I'm not leaving any ladders. I'm just finishing up.
I want to see.
The ones underneath the uranium are fine. It's the ones that are above the material station.
Before I buy that,
I'm going to put a solid platform across. They're going to have to walk all the way around. But
let me check something quick.
I'll go ahead and remove that second row as well.
Me look on Yield Mod Hub.
Everything's aimed properly, so you can just leave the ladders there the way they are. I mean, it's not going to be a problem.
Do we have...
It's up to you.
Colorable. I like the Caverna.
I don't remember how much power that...
121.
It's only 1100 though.
Yeah, but you may want to look at the rad bolt generator.
That's 1100.
Oh, do each of these need power too?
The generator. The reflectors do not.
Does Mr. Billy have one on his Trello?
But the Radbolt generator does take power.
Oh.
His face takes power.
Oh.
Not as bad as your metal refinery, but yeah.
There's a little pull behind for that. Thought I remembered
That's
Billy
brutal.
doing. He's got that. His multi-seater. Okay, so he doesn't have one. I thought he did. He does not. That's only 1,100 liters. The Hardy that comes in the game, I think, is better.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of chlorine gas down here. That's not good.
Well, it won't hurt anything. It's heavier than this. It's heavier than CO2. So the CO2 will sink down. Oh, you need to find some way of pumping oxygen in there, or pumping the CO2 out.
Cedars.
That's why I removed this wall over here. That's gonna eventually go out this way. I just hadn't done it till just a few
What are
minutes
you?
ago.
You're a 12 meter. Oh, you're a spreader. And planters.
If you have the power and the algae, you may want to put a oxygen
I just
diffuser.
turned on my other diffuser, but I'm down to 16 tons of
Algae.
algae, so I can't run it for too super long because I am out of algae.
Colorable. Eh. $27 meter. Wow, that's a big one. See, this one's only 234. I think whoever, I think he's got this price too high. All right. Anyways. Anyways.
Yep.
You may want to look at my screen real quick.
Hold on, I gotta make it bigger.
Hmm?
Okay, I'm looking.
All right. Let's see.
Block of algae right there. There's one right here. There's a big one right here.
Where is that?
Well, over here is the cool steam vent. So okay, yeah, there you go. The chlorine gas pocket that's got the Dreco.
Right here?
Over, there's a delay between. Okay, so from there, the next pocket over to the right, or over to the left.
I haven't gotten over there to see.
I know. Well, over and up. Where you see the balm lily?
This one here? Oh yeah, I just see it right here. Okay. How to get there though? There's slime lung right here in this guy.
Well, if you're still looking at my screen, there's the printing pod. You could come straight over, and then cut down before this, and then squeeze
Okay,
between,
we are here.
and then also down all the way to that algae. That's the easiest.
Along the Bissolite?
Okay, where's your printing pod?
Right here.
Okay,
Back
zoom
this
out a
in
little
here
bit.
so we can sell it.
Yep, go straight west.
The iron.
Let's see. Yep, to the iron. Once you hit the iron, you can start going straight down to this algae.
That's
And
like
then-
buying something and then never
yeah.
using it.
And about once you see, you get down about 6-8 tiles from the iron, you'll see this patch of chlorine right here. That you've got a 1, 2, 3, got about a three tile high path. where
Oh
you can get
wow,
through.
I see that algae patch now. Holy crap. That's massive. Okay.
This one.
Yeah.
That's about the same
And there's
color
this
as the
one up here.
Kinsey. We'll call that good.
And let me see if I can find anything on the other side that you could safely get to.
Yep, they're close. Good enough for me.
Yeah, if you cut across this way, there's some over here.
There we go. We have us a cedar now. What the heck?
I mean, there's
Oh.
there's patches in Slime Lung
I caught the
Central
fence
all
big
over,
time.
but
I mean, how do you eventually deal with slime lung? Do you just have to process it in that processor thing?
Come on.
the
That turns it into algae?
Come on, are you gonna get off the fence here or what?
well, before you do that, oh, you mean the slime itself?
Yeah.
Yes, but before you turn it into algae, you usually have
Moving.
to you have to route it through a nice
There we
big
go.
chlorine or heavy duty chlorine room to kill all the slime lung in it.
Gotta go really wide with this thing, huh?
Like on a conveyor or
All right.
something?
I'm
That's
gonna
the
send this
easiest.
back to the farm.
Ugh.
I gotta change my headset battery. There we go. Battery swapped.
I'll go ahead and dig out one more to the left.
Okay.
And then from there you can start digging down.
It's on its way back to the farm.
Yeah, we're not going into the slime area. You're not gonna have to
Let's
go
go in
through
here.
Yeah, don't dig into the coal around that small horizontal sliver of chlorine gas. Just go straight across 2 or 3 high. When you see the Drecos start showing up, then you know you don't want to go much. I mean, you don't want to break through unless you wanted hydrogen in your base.
There we go. We got 20K. Jeez,
Okay,
I
you
have
can
that
barely
set
see
to
the hydrogen.
unload quick. I might need to slow that down.
And
Oh,
again,
it's
there's
over here.
yeah, there's a patch of hydrogen over there to the left with a couple of Drecos in it. And straight up from that big patch
Yep, I see it.
is the other one.
That'll be a nice chunk of algae.
Too bad there's no oxalate around there.
That would be nice, but lots of iron.
Really wish I could get the animated gates working on those. Alright. Water buffalo.
Okay.
50 Holsteins. Done.
I'm just doing my usual core everything out and go and
There. Not enough food to get them very far, but at least for the time being, it's got them some food. Alright, we're gonna park this here. I'll spend some little bit of time here doing some landscaping. Alright, that we can go ahead and smooth. That'll be good there. that out.
Let's not be messing with them. Leave her alone.
Round that down some. Round that
Just leave her
a little bit
alone.
more. There we go. That's a little better. We get a paint still. Fix grass, but I think that's better. Let's do some painting, shall we? Do something like that. I'm gonna put some concrete down first. Right
Not
here.
nearly as much algae as I thought it was gonna be. Okay. Damn.
That from all three of those spots?
No, I haven't even gotten to one of them, but
I'll fix the edge when I get a chance. There we go. Now back down to the gravel. Okay.
well, I gotta call it anyways, cause I do gotta try to go to bed.
Probably not a bad idea, sir. Oh, we'll stick with that one. All right. That's a start. The next thing I wanted to do was that retaining wall here. So let's see what I can manage in that regard. That's a little too high. Still a touch too high.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna send you over to Mr. Darius, who's been hanging out in Discord with us. So thank you everybody for being here. Hope you all have a wonderful afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. I'll do my best to be on tomorrow. I don't know if I will have work all afternoon or not, but we'll see what happens.
All right, Reyes, have a good one.
Alright, we're gonna do something like that. Mr. Reyes, thank you very much for the raid, sir. Welcome in, raiders. Alright,
No worries.
if I do this number here, can I do... put that back there, too. I could come out a little further. And then have that come down here. Let's see how that would look. If I take this shelf out a bit further, I have an idea. I should probably save this and back up what I'm doing so that if something happens, I can frickin' back it up. But I prefer the trial and error method. Mighty Mike had asked you a question right as you raided there too, Reyes. He asked how many dupes you'd killed in that. Oh, I don't play Oni. He asked me a
I
question,
think he
not
was
you.
making a joke about dupes and farm sim.
Probably. Probably, now that you mention that. I do that. Might work, because what I wanted to do was put in... I had found a... Oh, you're way too big to put back there where I thought you might fit. Now I'm thinking I should have shifted that way. Live and learn. Oopsie. I can actually probably... do one of these numbers, actually. Alright. That looks good-ish. We've got to try and do this retaining wall now. And I don't remember where those were. that. Now let's try this again. I think I need to start back here. And then make my... I think I need to start here in this corner so I can get the right angle I need here. And then do it. Problem is, can't really go backwards very easily. we're gonna have to do it from this end, apparently. Alright, I think we're on to something now.
Hey Darius, I'll talk to you later, buddy. I'm going to bed.
Yep. Take it easy there, Reyes. I can live with that. Alright, we'll smooth this out. Right here. Bring this down a bit. Smooth that out some. Do that. Get a little bit of a sharp edge there, so we'll smooth that. We get a lot of painting I want to do as well. But I think we're looking in a pretty good spot here. We're going to paint this gravel through here. gonna gravel this a little more through here. And I gotta do some work here too. With that transition, that was on my list. I'm liking where this is at so far. Did that. There we go. Painting. Let's grab the gravel again. I mean, it doesn't match perfectly to that. What if I used gravel small? No, we're gonna go set gravel small again. go. Do that. Whoops. Then it should be, what is it, gravel or moss pebbles on the edges. I mean, it's still a very tight, it's a tight squeeze to get in here. But it should work. The whole purpose of this was to be able to unload extra, like, herbicide or fertilizer from the liquid tanker. Just to make life easy on myself when switching from one to the next. That it's starting to get pretty dark, so we're gonna have to take this probably into the following day. That was a nice weird transition in light. It went to nighttime. I think it's what, this grass dry? No. Go. That. This is all smoothed out. we need to... paint gravel moss in here. Like so. I gotta smooth that a bit more. Clearly. Bear with me. There we go. It's a little tight to get through here, but all in all, I don't think it's too bad. Not a fan of this, though. That's better. I'll live with that. Go. Oops. Got rid of that little bush by accident. That, then we're gonna put that concrete. Hey CJ, how you doing? Well, I'm glad I make it look easy, but it ain't easy. That's for sure. All right, we get a couple of things done now. At least that's done. This is done. So backing in here will be much easier. We now have access to this. Eventually, what'll happen is that trailer and that trailer will likely move out of this space, and this will be the liquid trailer. The liquid trailer, and then I can actually move the sprayer down in here too. That might be what I do. I could move that trailer and that trailer out of here. Stick the dash in along the back here. I'd love to get rid of that right there. I might do that in the map itself. And then put a pallet rack on the back of this here. Actually, I think I have... in one of these. It'll work. How's it going there, Fat Top Hat? Watching you do this groundwork with no square design is aggravating your OCD. Eyes twitching. Yeah, normally I like to do things nice and square as well, but I'm trying to adapt to an existing layout, so it's doing my best. And it doesn't help that when I came up with this idea, I had already long since placed this and filled it. Otherwise, I would have pushed it further to the east here, so I'd have a little more room to get through here. I mean, all in all, it's working. I mean, I'm doing fairly well with the design of the farm so far. If you're familiar with Judith Plains, normally there's a pig barn here. I have no intention of raising pigs. I don't like raising them in Farm Sim unless I'm on a map that utilizes the butcher a lot, which not using it yet, so I can always add a pig barn back in later. So I deleted that, and of course I've been editing the map and stuff to get rid of some objects that you can't otherwise normally get rid of. But I deleted this pig barn, got rid of it. I'm gonna have to go into the map to get rid of that little thing there because I can't otherwise get rid of that hose reel. And you know, I'm adapting things. Like right here, there's this really bad transition, so I'm planning on using this retaining wall fence to do something similar here. I'm going to flatten this to about the height of right here, where that is, and then I'm gonna put in one of those retaining walls to go from like here, come in and tie into this, and then I'm gonna carry one along here a little ways and let it stop probably right here so it can make this transition around, and thus have a little bit better transition here, so it's not steep down, steep up. It'll come down and have a little bit of flat before it meets back up to this slope. So that's one of the things I plan on doing there. Eventually I'm going to relocate the farmhouse back in here when I can afford the property. I want to cut some of these trees out, and I'm going to put a farmhouse back in here with a little bridge and a driveway to a farm, to a house back here. And then when I do that, this will get replaced with a, I don't know, something like this maybe. So it creates a drive-through area for headers, some trailers, stuff like that. If it's not that I use, it'll probably be like maybe something like this, or this doesn't quite fit in there very well. So I probably will do something like this here. Maybe one like this. I'll look around for a shed that I like that will do the trick. And then I'm going to be taking this here, and I'm going to add a second driveway entrance here, probably. I'll bring it in right here. So this will fill out a little bit more. I'll have a driveway there, and then I won't be using just this driveway constantly. It's going to be the plan, eventually. But let's see. We've got plenty of food in here for these guys for right now. There's no manure. Don't care. You should be having... Interesting. Is this not tied in? I mean, aside from the... Is that maybe in the wrong direction? Huh. I think that fill plane might be 90 degrees. And interestingly, when I look at this here, I mean, I don't care about the meadow grass or any of that stuff. I'm going to feed them TMR. Their productivity is going up because their health is going up. But there's no... There's no slurry. Alright. Cow barn. I don't know if this is farm 1, 3, 4, 5, or 6. I don't know which farm this is. Crap. Let's do this. Map US. I might be able to figure it out by looking at this one here. One, two, three. Maybe farm 4? Because I know roughly 1143 90 408. I know that's in this farm. Farm 4. Because that is the chicken coop that's right next to the gas station, the gas tank. So we're farm 4. Placeables, animals again. Farm 4, A1, cow barn. Husbandry. Liquid manure plain. It does not have a capacity for manure. The unload trigger. Unload trigger. Food, 500k, sure. Why does it not list the slurry on the info page for the cows? I thought it listed slurry when you looked at the animal menu. Because by default, Yeah, by default it should list slurry, not manure. Million liters, that's good. But by default it should list manure on there. Yeah, so makes me wonder why this is listing manure here and not slurry. Why are you listing manure and not slurry? Let's try. Looking at. No, not that one. Milk, food, animals, liquid manure. Hmm. Well, that's the thing. It's got a liquid manure fill plane as part of this. Hence, the fill plane should go up and down. I think the fill plane's turned wrong, so we're gonna have to look at that. Um, and it does have the liquid manure there. So you've got this. If I come up here, obviously you can't do placement or clear area or leveling or the indoor areas because it's not a placeable, it's pre-placed. So none of this information's in there. Whatever. Um, it's got the hotspot. It's got the lights that come on at night. It's got the info trigger. Um, that doesn't matter. Dynamically. So you get down here to this animal's cow, fine. He's got actually he can put soybean straw and corn stalks in there. That's fine. Um, all of this is the same as all of this. This is all the same. He just has the liquid manure fill plane. Again, fine. Um, the unloading station looks very similar. Um, the fill route, this here, he's got that and that. That's fine because it needs to make sense for that. So he's got that with a little extra information. Unloading triggers, same. Loading station, same information. Animals, same information. Uses a custom nav mesh because it's a custom field. That's fine. All of this is fine, but for some reason it's showing manure there instead of slurry. It might be Fat Top Hat. Um, None of that's changed. That's really strange. I want to check something quick. Let's do this. First things first. I think I just fixed one of the issues. Oh, hey. Before I do that, I should also... We're gonna... While that's doing its thing, we're gonna flip that. That'll open. It's gonna take a hot minute. So while that's opening, let me try something quick. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Love the mod folder switcher for times like these. Do, 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 do. Forget about me. boy. Oh no. This lists manure and not slurry. Okay. So because there's no manure pen placed on the other... Okay. But at least this, I can walk up and see slurry information. I don't get that with the other one. What I'll probably have to do is put a tank here. I just want the stupid... There, that. I just wanted to delete that part. Not the rest of it, just the stupid hose reel. Okay, that was one thing I wanted to do while I was in here. Let's get rid of that. The real question is going to be, where am I going to try and put a manure thing? Without it. I have an idea. Alright. Anyways, we got that. I tweaked that. This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Bum, 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 bum. Save your mortal soul. It's a cow barn, chicken coop, 4A. $120,000? That's ridiculous. Like 50,000's plenty for chickens. Jesus. Especially if it's only frickin' 500 chickens. $120K for sheep is fine. So that's interesting that it wouldn't list slurry when that's the default fill type for those things. Make sure I switch back to the right mod folder. Thorny Crown. There we go. It's been a long time since I've watched The Breakfast Club. Long time. So, let me see. If I Hmm. Haha. Look, I fixed it. So if you didn't catch that, what was happening is um I don't know if that's going to pick up the amount of slurry that's in here, because... Nope, it's not. There. Now at least I'll know how much slurry's in there. I mean, obviously milk, buffalo milk will end up in that as well, but it'll tell me how much slurry's in there at least at a glance. So yeah, when he did the i3D for this, he had this listed with a 90-degree rotation to it. To have it in this orientation. But what happens is when he imports that i3D in on top of the map, it forces a 90-degree rotation. So I had to save or freeze the transformation on the rotation, so it sets it back to a 0-degree, and thus when I bring it into the map, it's flat, or facing in this orientation here. Alright, so obviously it's end of day. We have a lot more to do as far as work around the yard and stuff. but we're gonna sleep through the night into the next day. November will likely be a busy month because I'll have some harvesting and stuff to do. We're gonna pick up our 5 contracts. Hopefully we can get 5 really decent contracts. Let's go ahead and get this put away. This may not fit where I had parked the other planter because it's a fair bit bigger. Whoa. I think all the crops are updating right now. Ooh, barely fits. There, and at some point I'll replace that Bednar with something. But first and foremost, let's come in here. We're going to populate the list of things. We're definitely taking that contract. Hell yeah, I am. 371 grand to harvest. I don't give a shit how long that's going to take. We're taking it. I don't have any... We're going to take that cultivating contract. Stone picking on 79. I don't have a stone picker, but we can buy one. Problem is, I don't really need stone for anything right now. We're going to take this cultivating contract as well. This one's near the farm or the shop, and it's cheap to borrow that. Alright. So let's grab the cultivator with this tractor. We're going to send him off to 86. $61, which... Oh. That's right next to the farm. Okay. Oh, that's why it's so expensive. Ah ha 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 ha. All right. Headland, up and down. Generate. I did hit generate, right? Why are you not generating? Oh. It was. Big field, it said, oh, give me a minute. What's up, Top Trick? I'm gonna have to pull another loan, I think, to swap heads with that. I wanted to I get this guy headed to 73 quick. Believe and 86, 86 up there. Nice square field, have a cold or something so you sound funny. Hey. Fun. Doing alright, Top Trick. Doing alright. Just doing some farming. It's gonna take 3.5 hours to cut that field. That's crazy. This is the one that wants me to cultivate, right? 73? Yeah. Clover. Alright. He'll get to work on that. We need to... get up to the shop so I can switch heads. And modify this combine. I want to switch the wheels, and I think I can put a folding ladder on it too. That way it doesn't hang out so far. Be a little bit easier if that's the case for auto drive. I don't have any place to store stones right now. Selling stone is kind of useless. And I don't have a production for turning stone into lime at the moment. I don't even think there is one of those by default. Use that grass for you. Oh, when I cut that grass yesterday, I stuck it into my dryer fermenter. On the farm, and turned it into hay and silage. I have a fermenting silo that will also dry, so it was about 200k worth of grass I got, and it got split evenly between hay and silage. It's not a one-to-one conversion on those, but because there is some loss, but yeah, I turned it into hay and silage. So we've got the start of our sheep, the start of our cows. We have picked up some animals to start the day off. I also, yesterday after I raided out and I was talking to Matt a little bit, I have a thought. I want to buy Field 46. So I have something I want to do with Field 46 now. But it's $750,000. I don't think I'm not sure I can pull a loan that big right now. We could pull an extra $1 million. Yeah, let's one, two, three, 1, 2, 3. We're gonna take this over 5 years as well. I don't know what that field is in right now. Is it in clover? We won't be able to cut it till springtime. But we're gonna buy it now. We will, you've only got 15. That's been a minute. You know, I'm surprised in the contracts. No harvesting for, whoops. No harvesting contracts for corn came up. Alright. I wanted to sell that head. Customize this. Chopper. Wait a minute. What the hell's going on here? Oh. It says 14.1 here, but it is 19.8. My bad. What's going on here? I don't know if that ladder... There's... Cabin headlights, okay, so that ladder, no matter what I choose for frickin' tires, don't change. that makes it stick out even higher. That seems the narrowest. I'm gonna go with the tracks. We'll do that. And then we need to get a pickup header. Alright, we're gonna send this to 61. See if it'll actually make it. While we're waiting on that, let's go jump in our other tractor. Whee! Up and over. Yeah, 15 to 25 is going to be a huge jump. Whoa! Move, cow. Alright. Up and out. We'll put this away. I'll grab the plow. We're gonna send it to 35. Wait, where is field 35? It's gotta be nearby. Right? Oh no, it's way over there. It's weird because I've got 36, 37, 31, 30. 35 is way the shit over there. Alfalfa growing. Reminds me, precision farming. Soil info on that field. Alright, it needs... It needs lime, and it needs fertilizer. I'm only going to get one of the two on. Have 6 months sub on you in there, Crush Nuts? Nice. I think what we're gonna do Mr. Crush Nuts, thank you for that tier 1 resub. Do greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna drop that there. We're gonna grab the lime spreader. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna head over to 46. I'm only gonna lime part of the field, because part of it I'm going to turn into a different different setup. So we're gonna lime the northern half of the field. The southern half I'm going to plow completely separate. I don't know if this will carry through. Nope, it does not. Doesn't really go through. Because what I want to do is I want to cut straight across right here. And separate this into 2 separate fields. That's what I want to do. This will remain one type of field. This I want to turn into a... Because it's fairly flat down here. See, it's pretty much flat all across here. I want to turn this into a rice paddy. I'm going to do long grain rice, though. I'm not going to do the rice seedlings and shit, because that can be a pain in the ass. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to painting. Look for the grass. I will make this a little bit wider. For now, I just wanted a straight line. And then we'll go... like that. I think I should have waited... Crap. I should have waited and purchased the soil information after I had done that. Well, it's gonna drop straw swath, but there. That's what we wanted. Perfect. We need to get over to 35. I start this guy. I still have access to one more contract for the month. Fertilizing contract's pretty decent. 75 grand for fertilizing. I'll wait until we're done harvesting that other field. Yeah, I'll wait till we're done harvesting and see what happens with that. There. Perfect. That'll work. And then what I'll do is in the spring, after I've cut this field, we will plow it and turn it into, or I'll plow it in the springtime, I should say, and set it up more appropriately for. We might leave it in clover, actually. Then I'll have a large alfalfa, a large clover field, and I'll have both options to me for turning into hay, silage, whatever else. That might be the best way to look at it. Alright. That's back from roundabout. Your house is actually running on time this morning, Top Trick? Nice. Yeah, I'm obviously you know. I'm gonna... leave a lurk over there. Whoa, 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 brakes. It's not my field. Now, I know I don't have enough lime for this entire field. We're gonna have to bring more lime down. That's gonna be a bit of a trick. Well, I've got money. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to buy a second truck. I think, honestly, buying a second truck makes a lot of sense. Because there's a lot of times I need a second truck. And I've been trying to think about what I want to do for a second truck. Eventually I'm going to swap that Volvo out for a different truck as well, but I have it for now. And I've been trying to think what I want to do for a truck. So, not sure. I'm not a huge fan of cab overs, just in general. But, I don't know, maybe I'll... I don't remember how expensive the Western Stars were. I want to say they're close to 200K. It's an expensive truck. Hmm. Maybe buy Mercedes. Oh, soybeans need to be unloaded, so let's shut this down for a second. Question is, where is the combine? That's the real question. Where is the combine? Oh, way over there. Take me home tonight. That's going to take a minute. So let's take a look at trucks. Yeah, it's going to be 200 grand for that. Be a short, stubby little truck. I can get some beacon lights on this one at least. Now, if only they had tire options. Man, it's not a bad looking truck. Sounds good, Top Trick. Catch you in a bit. Decisions. Mr. Lee Mack, gifting a tier 1 sub to Little Damon. Thank you very much, Lee Mack. Much appreciated, sir. It is September. See, a lot of people have been gifting subs, which I'm very appreciative of. Alright, I know what we're gonna do here. There we go. Oh, hey, where am I going? There's a fence there. Look at a cow. Happy cow, happy cow. We like happy cows. We like the happy cows. If I can take out like that tree on the corner there and that tree there, I would draw a road through here. Crazy, man. So I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to have the auto drive break up the field. I'll have a 46A, a 46B. spin it around. Come over this way. Really, Mr. Guy. See how it is? Plants in April. I might be able to make that work where I harvest that in April and then immediately make it a rice field and plant the long grain rice in it in April. That should work. Because it should get its final growth stage in April. I'm gonna need more lime so I can do the southern end of the field as well. Alright, we gotta empty the soybeans again. Mr. KW, how you doing, buddy? Looks like that head's doing a pretty good job picking up the material. Not seeing really any skipped material, so that's good. I need to deliver 400,000 soybeans. It's kind of crazy. What do I want to buy for a truck? That's the big question. Do I buy... I think I'm going to buy a Western Star. It is my favorite truck, after all. Alright. That part's done. Stupid thing. Let's see. Do we... PhD Gamer, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing? Okay, no, wrong button. That's a $240,000 truck. It's expensive. And it's a very long truck. Because of the tag axle. Hmm. This would still be a $230 or $200,000 truck. So it's not that much different than the other one. And that's not a bad truck, the Volvos. Mac Anthems. What do you guys think, chat? Or is there a mod option you think I should go download? I don't mind going that route either. Well, I mean, the question is which mod, CJ? Just let me empty this quick, and then we'll go jump to the mod hub quick and see what they have for options. Let me save it. We'll go check the mod hub, see what there is for options. That's a hook lift. I mean, you got the Roadrunner, but the problem is with this day cab on there, it's I mean, the Roadrunner's an option, I guess. A 6x4, an 8x4. It's not a bad looking truck. And I know it's meant to be a Pete. I don't see options for, like, beacons. LEDs. Not a bad option. A Lizard Warrior. Oh, the TLX Phoenix. I was wondering if 82 Studios was even still making mods for 25. This is the only one he's got out so far. The only one out so far, huh? From 82. Well, I guess that's what we'll go with. I'm trying to remember. I'm going to take that one out. I won't be using that. I might take that one out too. I meant to take that out. There we go. Yeah, we'll pick up a TLX. The question's going to be remembering what the options were from 22. Might take us a minute to spec one of those out. Alright, let's get these guys restarted first and foremost. Ouch. Alright, you're on a worker and going. You're on a worker and going. You're actually just about done, so. Be able to collect on that contract in just a second. Yep. Alright. Time to. Oh. Oh, I like those ones. Oh, we're gonna go with the heavy duties. Headlights. Go with that one. Go with that. Yeah, we'll go with the drop visor. Go with the big sleeper. Antennas.
Gatorade. H2O.
Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Black, black, brown. Ooh, blue and white. Blue and white. Engine sounds, I guess we're going to just stick with the standard. No, can't see. I kind of like that look. Main will go... Not bad looking. Dang it. Reset some stuff on me. The angled stacks, the visor. I was gonna go blue and white. That. Rear bumper. Oh, I thought it had changed something else. It didn't. There we go. I like that. Yeah, we'll go with that.
You son of a bitch! I'm in!
Of course it's Rick and Morty. Why is there a fucking rooster randomly walking around in the store parking lot? That's new. The only season I'm behind on right now is the last season I watched was 7. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I might have done it to make, Lee ask silly questions, because that's a valid reason, in my opinion. Go. Get that done. Jiminy Christmas. Well, thank you, Sarge. Sarge, I've been growing it for a few years now. Been growing it for a few years. It needs a little TLC at the moment. She's a bit unruly, but there's a few strands in here that I need to do a better job trimming them up. But the other day when I was in the shower, I kind of was looking down and had a few of the hairs tickling my belly button. So, mission's almost accomplished. From inside the truck, the engine sound doesn't really change much. I want to see if it does that weird driving pattern again. It's like the RPM with this engine setup doesn't seem to want to go up. It just sounds like it's idling, like it's not actually revving properly. There it goes. Blam! Also, I went from hearing... Now I'm not hearing the Jake brake anymore. Wonder if it got shut off because I turned on auto drive. Is there a button for that? Pull in here quick. I want to check something. I want to check something. Alright, reset all the fucking options. I hate it when shit does that. I have no idea what the 3 different sound options even are. Huh. Okay, we need to buy... I'll buy 24 bags. Should be enough to finish that field. Now it's a chicken instead of a rooster. Random. I only noticed that after I got chickens. I'm wondering... Yeah, I get it. Guy needs to be unloaded again. I'll get down there in a minute. Okay. Go unload the combine. Front hopper's almost full. Front hopper is full. There we go. That's done. You know, in the screenshots for that, or am I missing? I don't know, whatever. Rain, not raining. Alright, come on. Let's go. So I can have it come up there. It's one thing I've never been super fond of with precision farming is that once you've taken soil samples, if you make changes to your field and say cut off a corner and make it so it's no longer field, the only way to reset the soil sample map is to basically remove precision farming, save the game, add it back in, and then resample. Which seems like a poor mechanic. Like if I were to round off the corner of a field, I should be able to resample and then have it realize, hey, there's no longer a field here, and erase the soil map. I mean, that's what would make the most sense. I think I got a little too much in the way of lime, but it lets me do this entire field, top this back off. And then I can whoops. It's what the do. Thought there was a way to change the spread width on this one, but apparently not. it lacks that function. Yep, while that's filling, let's... Time to empty this again. Alright, there we go. Ain't seen home in about 3 days. Might as well just get this last strip done, then go top the entire thing off, but... There we go. Now I'll fill it up completely. We can go put the last of the lime away. Alright. Go drive this back to the farm. Park it away. Plowing contract's almost done. And we have a lot of hours left on that harvest contract. That's for sure. Alright. I'm curious. I think after I get this parked away, I want to look at what productions I might have where I could do something with stone. that right there for a minute. Shithead. Leave that there for the moment. Grab you. Alright, grab these last two bags. Unload again, and then we're gonna take a look at the productions after we get unloaded. Oh, he's way down there. Okay. Okay. Yep, starting to wander a little bit, but okay. Productions, factories. Canola, sunflower, rice and olive. Cooper, rope. Potato. Dairy, preserved foods. Bakery, spinnery. Winery. Alright, so we don't have anything that's gonna make us lime. We'll have to look at maybe finding a mod for that. I know there is a bunch of them out there. The oil plant. Canning food. The flour mill. How much is that? 288 grand? That might be worth picking up. Starting to run the flour mill. Then we could do something with selling flour and such. Yep, we're gonna do that. We're gonna buy the flour mill. And then I can bring, because I've got some oat. I've got some sorghum. We've got, some wheat and barley we can bring down here. I'll just sell things to sell for the time being. Because selling the flour off would be a lot better than anything else. Yeah, minimum of 1,000. There's not a huge swing in the price, so just let them auto sell as it makes them. Not a bad option. Question is, where's the bakery? There's Jack Daniels and Yingling. Dredging boat and stuff. The spinnery. Carpentry. Sawmill. The dairy. Baker is way up here. He's only 50 grand. Okay. Get that contract for the plowing, and we can buy the baker. Did I ever get my... Aha, no, I did not. I was just about to say, like, did I ever collect my tractor? I didn't. Speaking of the contract, collect on that. Buy the baker. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, we're gonna get this down to the farm. Got some equipment to wash, take care of. I don't think I'm gonna make it back to the farm before the combine needs to unload, so It looks like there's not that much left to harvest in this field, but then you realize how far that is to the other edge of the field. 'Cause I keep looking and going, geez, he's got 2 hours left? It looks like there's 5 minutes there. That's a lot more space than you'd think. I'll reset it on its own myself in a minute. I want to get those couple of little bits there that are on the end here. Alright. The piles looked bigger than I thought, so... Alright, back to the farm yard. I could just barely reach it. Haha. Alright, we'll park this up in here. Grab that, put it away. We have to go grab our other tractor. Alright. I need to get up and go grab get the kid up for school. All that stuff. Let me get in here. Alright. I'll be back in just a minute, chat. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Got myself some more water. Excuse me. Yeah, I know it needs to be unloaded. Shut up. I'm working on it. Put your damn fucking spout out, jackass. It's hard to believe that there's only, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 rows between these two, and that's an hour worth of harvesting. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. There's an 8-row difference between the two combines, and that accounts for an hour, according to Courseplay. Alright, we're going to get this out of the way. I'm going to turn him around. Park him up over here. We can jump back into this. Whoa, hey. Jumped in the cab view. I didn't expect it to be facing backwards. Alright. Get this to the yard. Wash it up. I've got to fuel this tractor because I'm about halfway down now. I'll grab another, and I think what I'll do in between jumping truck and stuff like that is we're gonna start working on the landscaping project for the barn over here. But I think what I'll do is I can sit in the truck. Oh, one other thing I want to do is I want to put in a small... See, the ground still tips quite a bit there, but I think that actually works really well. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh, I still got to paint in a little bit of grass right here. There we go. I'm running out of shed space. Kind of. It was not constructibles, tools. No, not tools, not farmhouses. Ah, selling points. Yeah, we got a small farmer's kiosk. I thought there was a bigger farmer's kiosk. Was there not a bigger farmer's kiosk? Do 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 do. There we go. Unload, then this truck will go completely down into the delivery point And then the next truck will go into the silo. Actually, no, I'll dump this one straight into the silo. Okay. Alright. I don't know what the capacity is on these now that I think about it. Bro, do. Storage F2. I mean, you'd think they're the same. That has 2 million listed. 2 million listed. Not a very big, not a very big silo. Gonna have to look for a extension mod. Gonna have to look for an extension mod. 2 million is not a lot of product. Actually, what I should do... Let me... grab you. Giants unloader. Huh. We'll see if that's even set up to work properly. Half the time I do that, it doesn't work at all, so... Alright, here. We're gonna definitely take oat, sorghum. Yeah, we'll take our oat, our sorghum, and some barley. Does not hold a lot of rice or long grain rice, that's for sure. Strange that you'd have... I mean, I guess just because the yield must be lower or something? Oh, wow. The combine missed this whole fucking... Oh, wait, no. That's straw. That's right. Because I had it dropping straw swath at one point. That's right. Now I remember. on. Okay. Alright. I have not ever gone to this flour mill, so this should prove interesting. I know it's in that direction somewhere over there. I think I can go across this bridge. There should be a right-hand turn that'll lead me in over that way. It should be right here. It should come up here. Under here. Random cone in the road. Flour mill should be right here, right? Yep. Oh crap, I didn't want to do that. Hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button. Pasta needs flour, eggs, and butter. And bringing eggs up here isn't a big deal. Butter, we need to get the dairy next. Dairy is up in the main town. How expensive is the dairy? Though we are a little ways off of producing milk from our cows, unless I buy another set of cows. Dairy, I think, is here. You're 210,000. Again, our cows are 7 months. They're a long ways from producing milk for me. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy Duckhorn Vineyards. If I go north out of here, what happens as far as this goes? Okay. If I go north out of here. Gas station, cross the bridge. This is one of the other farms here. Alright, so if we're heading to the flour mill, going straight through is a much easier path. Good to know. What now?
Cat is sitting at the door with his nose pressed to the friggin' link seam.
Well, probably because Pickles is outside.
She said.
Oh, she came back in already? Okay, that's doing that thing. Let me visit the cow barn quick. How expensive would it be to add There we go. We need to get more mixed ration. Mmm. What do you mean, unreachable? Are you gonna do your thing, or are you gonna... Oh, wait a second. I forget this thing empties on the opposite side. Wrong button. Yeah, this dude's away for a minute. Empty the combine, dude. I'll let him figure his shit out for a second. I'm gonna go hop over and unload the combine. Because he seems to be dubbing about. Damn it, I hate it when it does that. I don't think that's... That's why I hate trying to do this with course play. Half the time it doesn't fucking work. Alright. let me get down here. I'll empty this thing out. Yeah, I think when the field's done, I'm gonna have to run down each end and pick up all the little piles. Okay, now it seems to want to frickin' work and unload the combine. Now, whether it's actually going to dump into this properly is going to be a different story. works. That works to me. Oh, I was about to say, like, is it actually emptying? It is emptying. Just tried course play, makes life a bit easier. Course play does make life a bit easier. Especially if you know what you're doing with it, which I don't. That's the big thing. If you know what you're doing with it, it does make life a whole lot easier. I don't really know what I'm doing. I like to make people think I do. Alright, we need to... do that first. Then we can come over here. Come on, stop it. I think I just need to extend about the same amount the second window. There we go. That should work. And then what I can do is we can... in here, here...
Gatorade. H2O.
I will get that hydrate and stretch in just a minute there, that's full. Or... Okay, so right here. There we go. Let's go in there, A-Butts. Need a wee-wee, how you doing? Oh. Thanks for that stretch there, dead soul. That hit the spot, sir. That Gifty Gmuies? Apologize if I butchered your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. What's going on there, Gamer for Life? Alright, and then painting, we need to come down here. Decorations. Ow. I like it. All right, there, Top Trick. You take care, buddy. All right, good. He emptied into here. He's emptying that. That's working out well. Perfect. We're reaching end of day. Um... That's a much better transition. Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh, I was about to say, like, why isn't it unloading? But it is. No. I need to do... That's unfortunate. Damn it all. Hmm. I wonder if I can... Okay, so right in there, it's dropping down. Probably because of that. So let's... There. That's better. Fix that. There we go. Okay, this is a full one. That there. This is the other partial. Another partial. Alright, both of these can come over now. I need to spray a field of fertilizer. See if I can't even out the, what's on it. That rack's not the greatest to mess with. I thought it was... Header type all... Why did you not go up on the top? Or does that only fit totes up there? So unload. Okay. I guess I'm gonna frickin'... I don't feel like going to grab the, not exactly where you would normally put those, but works, I guess. Okay. Oh, it doesn't unload into that? Well, that goes the whole idea of that fucking mod. You can only load from it. I could buy the shit, but I can't unload from you into here. That was the whole point of having that, was to try and unload, be able to unload the machine without having a bunch of fucking totes on the ground. I suppose it would need a trigger to be able to do that. Hmm. Huh. That really defeats the purpose of... Okay. Hmm. I clicked on the thing. Stupid thing. Um... Hmm. That's not gonna work. Let me think of something. Let me think of something here. Open says I. So it needs a loading station and a selling station to unload into. If that's the case, if I look at that... Silo... Storages... got the loading and the unloading station. It should theoretically work. Why is it not working? Unless it's because the sprayer doesn't want to unload into it. That could be. It could be that the sprayer doesn't like to unload that way. It's supposed to be able to discharge. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and empty this out. And I'll park it back where it needs to go. There we go. Now let's get back over and see if we can't figure out why that isn't working. If I hit I, it's gonna throw tanks on the ground. So that doesn't work with that particular tank. But it could also be this. And that, I'm not sure how I could test quickly. I just don't have any... I don't have any, like, tankers handy. I guess in theory, buying something like this quick, or leasing something like this quick, to grab those containers and see if I can unload and that's one thought, would be to do that. Mr. Boomhauer, thank you very much for the raid, sir. How was your stream, Boom? Have yourself a good night. I know you're probably getting ready to get right off and head to bed, so understand, but appreciate the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Let's see. Design, attachables. The only thing I can think of is that this dischargeable isn't the right type of node. And I guess that's a possibility. Maybe it's not the right kind of node. Um. No, it's dischargeable configuration, discharge node. It's the same as this. I'm guessing that just can't be unloaded into. All right. I'll be back in just 1 second, chat. I need to go check with my kid to make sure everything's good to go for him. I say, get out of the way, stupid tractor. All right. Back in a second, chat. Corbin said he has spoken with others. She's supposed to be getting him around 7 or 7:15. So. Okay. My mother-in-law is supposed to be taking my son to school today, so that allows me to continue doing this for a bit. All right.
Yeah, they started running a fever this morning.
I guess for the time being, until I get a chance to Let me look at it this way. Let me go in here. So my distribution tank, I know I had set up so that this would unload at a loading station. The selling station was the unload trigger. And that was the load trigger. Let me look at it this way. It's what? Tank's a Meridian tank. Meridian. So this is set up as a silo. Only for that. Yeah, I think the only way I'm going to be able to double check this is if I grab a liquid trailer. Um... Grab this. Let that guy run up to there. Ah, god damn it, my ears suddenly got really freaking itchy. Okay. Not bad. 120 solid 120 soluble fertilizer became roughly 120. Became 4,800. Yeah, that's what I thought. This field wasn't properly fertilized. It's all spotty. There we go. This ain't gonna take a whole lot, but at least it'll fix the, or it's just gonna make it a whole lot worse.
Be your ride.
Alright, let me jump up, grab the tractor, pick up that stupid little thing, bring it back, so we can test that setup. Send that back to the farm so we can test that.
Corbin, did you hear her? Well, she honked already, so that's why I was like,
I don't know what's going on with this field as far as why it's really spotted like that. Maybe it'll even out after the next time I harvest. What?
Nothing. Arguing with my boss.
Aha.
When we did our bid for PTO, all of the dates that we put on the bid for the PTO, that, like, if we weren't technically approved for them, they were put on some purple waiting list type thing.
Aha.
And she's saying, as long as the hours were available, they're supposed to be approved. However, that has not been the case thus far this year. Nobody can change or enter afterwards if they wanted to, because it's blocked it off as a wait list.
Sounds fun. And by sounds fun, I mean not fucking really.
Frustrating. Get out.
Alright. Well, at least we'll be able to go test that quick. I got 54 liters. Okay, so this will work to unload it. It's something with the John Deere. So that's fine. Huh. How do we make that unload? I bet you it's a node thing. Not a node, a bit setting. It's probably a bit setting if I had to guess. That would absolutely make sense. We should be good on animals now. Let's see. Got 121,000 liters of food in there. Yeah. That'll do for now. Alright, real quick. Abby, I need to look at that. Data, vehicles, Abby. Nobody's fool. Reset fill trigger. 29. 30. So 29 and 30 for that. Yeah. So if I were to look at Judith Plains, we won't save this, but I want to look at this for a second. I know it's going to freak out. I don't care. Aha. That discharge trigger. That's what it is. Hey, there's a tree there, dummy. Drove it straight to a tree. Good job, me. Damn it. Time to play with the mod and see if we can't make that work properly. I wonder. Four, 625. Let's see if that, just that little change will do what we need it to do. The only thing I can think of is that by doing this, it might interact with that, but not let me unload into totes by switching that. Which, I mean, for me, it doesn't matter, because I plan on unloading. And it'd be nice if it does both just by switching that. You know, fingers crossed it's a quick, easy solution. Fingers crossed. Ah, hee hee hee. What's going on, A-Butts? I'm doing alright. Just trying to play around with a mod, see if it'll... Yeah, so by doing that, I can't put them on the ground, but it will let me dump into here at least.
That was you, right? Okay.
Going for the pills. There we go. Now, as far as... nitrogen should be good here. And I can't do that because I just limed it, so it won't take application of this anyway. Fert on 103. Alright, we're gonna have to go ahead and pick up that contract. Okay, up field 103. Best way to get there, I think, is gonna be... Yeah. That's right, I gotta restart. Let's go ahead and take this down real quick and go fill it up with fuel. Basically out of fuel, so let's top it up quick. Then we'll go up, we'll go do that spraying contract. About 1,000 liters of fuel to buy. $1,500 frickin' dollars in fuel. Youchies. Yowza! There we go. I didn't know any better looking at the mini map. When you look at field 61, I would hazard a guess, since this is a real-life satellite image, this field has a one of those giant watering things, pivots, because you have this darker color circle right here. So I would be willing to bet you that that field has a pivot in it in real life. Because this truck is nutless for being higher horsepower than my Volvo. And it's not my usual Western Star, but this truck is, while I like the look of it, it's not impressing me much right now. That's for sure. All the ice cream trucks on the way home or something? Jesus. Like 3 frickin' ice cream trucks in a row. I think it still considers those, I don't think I can. Just because. We need to switch to here. L. This is the field it wants me to fertilize. It may not. I might have an issue with this contract. I didn't think about this. It's a harvested field. Nope, it's gonna work. Okay, perfect. We're just putting fertilizer on a harvested field, that's all. Oh, MacDon is almost done harvesting that field finally. Then I've got to move it down and get started on harvesting my own field. Because I still have a field of soybeans to harvest. My field 38. Yep, I'm still got to do that field. Is that part of better contract? I think it is. Hold on a second. Settings. Maybe it's in here. Hello, Kiston. What can I do for you? I think I need to go back down here. Okay. Get that to do its thing. Wasn't looking for that. Close enough. Okay, we've got way more supply and transport contracts than I want. But it's the only way to get it to really populate the list correctly. First corn contract. Why are you pacing back and forth, Kiston? Huh? Hey, stop it. Before you knock shit over. Turd. Damn it. Oh, this is what I wanted to look at. In here. 36.5. Okay. I don't think the MacDon guy is... I think he's stuck. Let me get done this row quick. I'm gonna go check on the, MacDon dude. Alright. I really hope I don't have to make a pass down that little strip. This is a very little narrow strip right there that's not getting sprayed right now. Who's blocked by an object? Combine. What the hell are you doing, kid? Knock it off,
He
dipshit.
obviously wants some attention and is doing everything.
No,
he
he's
can
climbing
to
around
not
on shit in
do
the
it.
fucking closet and knocking stuff over. He's just being a dipshit right now.
It's Ted. I see you back there getting ready to knock more shit over. Cut it out.
Alright. We're gonna have to pick up some more fertilizer pallets. There. At least that will pay my loan interest. while I'm right here, that is my pallet of honey after all. Get back to the farmyard. We'll get this all offloaded. Parked away. Pretty sure that MacDon's fucking stuck again. It is. Alright, let's go unload this. Then I'll leave this and the, I'll leave this empty. I can't see to finish backing in. He hasn't been to see me at all in the last 2 days. That turd.
Gatorade. H2O.
I gotta get out the, Alright, first things first, let's go up and go deal with the MacDon. What's up there, Joshua Maximus? Alright. Do. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this thing fueled up. That hurt. Alright. Okay. This guy down. We'll go get him set up on that other field. My field. That's what I thought. All right. We get us going on our own field now. He'll keep going on that. He just emptied out, so let me take this opportunity. We're gonna top off the truck here. I'm gonna take my first load down to the port. Or not port, but terminal. And then we'll get this back in position. Combine has, looks like about 45 minutes left of course play. I think this is going to Agricor, Montana. Yep. That's where it's heading. Yep. It was brighter a second ago. Wonder how much the oil factory is. I need a greenhouse for strawberries. There's 14% transported. All right. Empty. Let's go get back to the field. The combine can turn around and finish doing the doing what's left. And then what I'll do is I will top the truck off from the silo. Get out of the way, school bus. Alright, turn in here. There we go. Really flat here. Oh, not owned by me. How are we looking on things over here? Alright, let's see. We have quite a few piles left over here. Not that they amount to much. Quite a few piles over there. See, that doesn't seem to work with the pickup header. I know that's part of precision farming, but it doesn't work with the swathing and then pickup header. Okay. I don't know what the hell he did, but goddamn, dude. He was all sorts of out of whack. These two are dragging my score down right now. This is gonna help. Yep, brought my point. It brought me up a couple of points. That's good. Alright, that's right. I meant to, up in this. Ah. There we go. Partial pallet. I grab this pallet of honey here. Go drop this over into the sell point over here, the farm point. Okay, put that there. Oh, we got some milk, buffalo milk, a little bit of slurry. I need to top off the water the next time we take this out. We're just gonna park this back here, I guess. There we go. You... Don't yet have... Pull one of those. Go grab the telehandler. I'll move those 2 full pallets of eggs. Chicken! Stack those right there for now. I will need to get them brought up to the bakery at some point. But I don't know if it's going to make a difference right this minute. Yeah, until I have butter, it's not going to make a difference. Then I'd be able to make pasta, but there's no sense in yanking up a bunch of that, so...
Natalie, can you check on the water dish and the food dish, please?
I filled it this morning.
I'm just... He's whining around my feet.
It probably needs food.
So I asked Declan to go check on those two things, but he may be sleeping.
It should that one should correct itself back down. That's what seems to happen. It'll go from flat, then it'll pick itself up a little bit if it gets a little extra height. So it should correct itself back down. I have to see what happens. If not, I'll just replace that section of wall. Not a big deal. I already had a wheat. Oh wait, that's right. I hadn't brought any wheat over. I only brought over sorghum, oat, and barley. That's right. It's like, don't tell me I'm already out of wheat. Holy shit. But I hadn't brought any over, so that makes a lot of sense. Alright, so we already got 60K in here. We'll take over in the combine for a little bit. That guy's not going to come empty me, but... I guess we'll find out if he starts moving. The course play technically isn't running right now. Guy ain't moving yet. Alright, now he's coming. Now it's coming. Yes, Kirsten. What's up? What's up? What's your dealio?
Do you need somebody to go check on that food dish? Well, he's not going to do it for you.
What, do you look at the dog all of a sudden? Of course he did. Come on, guy, get up here.
Oh.
The tractor's taking his sweet damn time getting up here. I want to test the theory. Yeah, it won't, Yep, that sucks. You do. Yeah. This is not easy to do. I am all over the fucking place right now. This is trippy as shit to try and do. That is trippy as hell. That's pretty trippy. Not gonna lie. How's the yield looking on this field? Not bad. So what, 100? They were between that 90 to 100 mark. Could be worse, I guess. I think the next property we're gonna try and buy is gonna be that one.
No.
If I get 130, it will let me move my house where I want to. It'll give me the option of doing stuff with some of these fields. That'll go a long ways. Yep. Oh. I was like, why ain't it turning on? Because it's set to automatically do it. Derp. Got an expensive cultivating mission. $111 green beans? Ick. That does not sound fun at all. Actually, I just realized something. One of the contracts was to deliver soybeans. My field plus what's from this field should get me the volume I need for that. Mr. Cope TV, thank you very much for the lurk, buddy. Weird. Normally it doesn't stop. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Well, I did sleep for about 3 hours, so the usual. Because let's see, I got 60. That'll get me to 100, plus what's left on the field. I'm gonna have 200,000 liters. Wow. Because I swathed and then did the harvest. Yeah, we're definitely gonna take this contract as well, because that's gonna be definitely worth doing. Is that guy already over at 103? No. Still on his way up. So many farms on the map. Choose one next to distillery. Make whiskey when you wake up. Oh, this one down here. Wild Prairie Ranch. Nice. Fucking car. There, hire a worker there. let him spin around. Alright, pipes out. There we go. Gonna head down south. I'm gonna jump back into the yard, top this thing off with fuel, bring it down. I'll get it started on my field. And then once I do that, we're going to, grab the auger wagon, or the wagon, dump it in the truck. I'll put the wagon away, we'll take the truck, grab the last of what I need for that contract, bring it down. The sell point, turn the contract in, and I can bring my truck over to the field, the combine. Yeah. This thing goes through fuel like crazy. Not in this stream, Cope. Nope. Nope. I don't have any of those commands. None of those commands in my stream. Yep. I did. Alright, we're gonna get this back to the farm. Any live streams? That sucks, Cope. That sucks, man. This tractor does not like this cart. Not one bit. Unload combine and deliver with auto drive. What do you mean, Dead Soul? Are you talking about for the, Oh, I was getting Courseplay to unload just fine. This guy was unloading and then dropping it in the truck here, and then I was just messing with the truck when the truck was full. The only problem is it will only work if Courseplay is running on the combine. So if I were to drive the combine, for example, it wouldn't trigger the unload. But I have done that in the past. Yeah, then you have the truck use auto drive to deliver it to a silo. Ouch. I need what? How much more? 193.7. There we go. This will wrap that contract up. So on field 61, I made 222, basically 223,000 spare soybeans. Yep. 222,000 there, plus there's an extra 1,300 in the truck. And I turned 400,000 into here, so that's what, 620 something thousand liters of soybeans off that field. Collected the mission. I wonder if there's going to be a cultivating contract or anything on that field in a minute. Cultivating, plowing. Here comes the rain again. Stone picking. I have a stone picking mission on one field right now. They want to pay me like $140,000 to pick stone. Do 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 do. All right, turn down here. There we go. You know what? We will send this one down there as well. What up, Reyes? What you doing? Oh. Bitch.
I'm gonna try to get a nice long stream in. No jobs again. Kind of driving me crazy.
You went through that quite a bit last year, didn't you, at points?
I mean, there was like a day or two here and there where there was nothing, but not like one job in 15 days. Or, the first half of the month. I've only worked like substituting. Obviously, I do my bus driving job every day, but like the substituting is The bus driving job gives me, you know, medical and dental and all that stuff. It's the consistent job.
Yeah,
But
it's still
the,
nice to have the other part.
The other job gives me the extra money that I, you know,
Kind of need.
need. I mean the bus driving job, the reason I'm still doing it is because of the benefits that it gives me.
Yep. Alright, now that that guy's on that field, we can go take care of the supply and transport of soybeans here. Thanks in large part to the fact that I got, you know, 231,000 liters worth of soybeans from my own gain off of that other field. That's a nice little bonus, you know what I mean?
I didn't hear what you said. I had my headphones off. What?
I did a soybean harvest on a field, and by default, it's going to calculate the size of the field, soybeans, here's your yield versus fertilizer and stuff, and it's going to say 80, I think it's like 85% of that needs to be delivered to conclude the contract. And
yeah, okay, fair.
I have a mod that lets me swath more than the standard crops, because they had swathing with 25. So you can swath like wheat, oat, canola, stuff like that, and you gain additional straw and product yield for having spent the time to swath it. Because you have to swath it, then pick it up with a pickup header, and because you're essentially harvesting the field twice, they give you a 25% bonus yield. Something like that.
Okay.
It's a pretty significant bonus yield for taking the time to swath it. Now, as I said, I've got a mod that lets me swath additional crops. Soybean, alfalfa, clover, and I think there's one other one. It's like 4 or 5 extra crops that you normally wouldn't be able to swath.
Can you normally swath those in real life?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not a farmer, so I have no idea.
Yeah, you can normally swath them in real life.
Cool.
So the mod allows you to swath those crops, and because of better contracts mod, I can use swathing on contracted fields. So I swath the field of soybeans.
You get extra material. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So I swathed field 61 of soybeans, did the turn-in, and between the swathing and everything else, I turned in 400,000 liters and pocketed 230,000 liters. Because it does not calculate how much you need to turn in based off of swathing. It's based off of traditional harvesting.
Because that's option.
Because it's an option.
Oh.
Exactly. So it took me 4 hours, literally 4 hours with courseplay to swath the field. And of course I had courseplay running the harvester behind it. So they were, neck and neck. It took 4 hours to swath, 4 hours to harvest, but because they were doing it concurrently, the harvester was literally following the swather around the field.
Yeah.
I pocketed 230,000 liters of soybeans. Well, I have a supply and transport mod that allows you to get contracts to transport materials to different sell points. And it will arbitrarily pick a sell point, pick a product, pick a value, and say, hey, such and such a sell point is looking for X amount of this product. And if you turn it in, we'll give you a bonus to the sell price for that product based off of how much you're turning in.
Back in 19.
Well, like, for example, right now, soybeans are going for around 1,200 per thousand. At max value, they're about 2,200. Well, here's a transport contract to drop off 218,000 liters. Actually, I should check on that. I will lose out money if I were to save it and then sell it later. But I'd have to wait a full 8 months to get the best available price.
And there's no guarantee that it's going to be the best available price either.
Well, according to history, 2,200-ish in July for soybeans.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
So if I were to take the 218,000 liters times 2,200, it'd be 400 and something thousand. But I had a contract pop up for $350,000 that, hey, if you bring us 218,000 liters of soybeans right now, you can get $347,000. Sure, I'll drop off that, because that's basically the profit of soybeans I got from harvesting the other field.
Yeah. And it's just extra that you're just storing anyways, so.
Yeah. It's like I would literally have to sit here and store it if I wanted to. Jesus. Can't drive. I'd have to store it. It's November now. I'd have to store it till July to get a better price than what this contract's offering. So, you know what? Screw it. I'll get rid of the bonus. And then I've still got my whole field that I'm harvesting anyway.
My least favorite delivery point. I think that's the one I hate. The fully enclosed delivery point.
Yeah, there's a few like this. But honestly, if you're using a hopper bottom trailer, they're not, they're not an issue. The only time these ones become an issue is when they're, you're trying to use a dump trailer. then you have a big issue with trying to get rid of or get in there. But a lot of them in 25 at least, the internal structures in there don't always have collisions on them.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. That's not terrible.
But yeah, Cope, on 22, Field 9 on Canyon Crossing was Dave's biggest field. Because it was a 16x map. How's it going, Jonathan? You motherfucking prick.
What the hell?
Yeah. Barely passes me, gets in front of me, and merges over right into the front of my fucking truck. You dickhead. That was a dick move. Sometimes the traffic can be a real pain in the ass.
100% agree with that. That's why I turned that shit off.
Yeah, I like to leave it on until it pisses me off enough, then I'll shut it off, but...
Honestly, that's what I usually do too.
Like,
fuck this AI. Delete.
yeah, I mean, by default it's on until it irritates me enough. I leave it on.
Yeah, that's honestly what I did too. So that's fair.
Typically, I'll shut it off if I'm using Courseplay, or not Courseplay, but Auto Drive, and I have a lot of
totally.
wider equipment that gets, that bumps into traffic constantly. Then, traffic's off. Like, immediately off. Just because I don't want to deal with it.
I blame you.
I need to bring another 11. I've got more than enough now. There we go. But, like, on, not much dealing with... Ew! Kidney stones are never fun. Not that I've ever had to deal with one myself, but, I mean... Yeah.
I've never had to deal with one, but I've watched many of friends and family members deal with them, and they are not fun. And I had watched Sarah deal with one a while back.
Yeah, my wife's had a couple kidney stones, and I've seen other family members deal with kidney stones, friends, but I've never, knock on wood, had a kidney stone of my own.
When we went to the urologist told us that kidney stones for men and women are pretty much one of the only things more painful than childbirth.
Yeah. Gonna
Some
plant
kidney
grass.
stones, not all, but some.
Have fun with that, Cope. That's gonna be a long time. Actually, Cope, if you really want to kick in the teeth go on Field 9, Canyon Crossing, and I believe Dave had clover and alfalfa, which had a higher yield than grass, but could still be baled. Oats? Well, that might be what was in Field 9 when you started the map, but memory serves, the bonus. There we go. Really? I still clipped the damn thing? That went super wide, too. Hey, Cameo, how you doing, buddy?
How did that thing you were working on last night end up? The little, like...
Retaining wall and all that?
Yeah, the retaining wall and all that. I was kind of, like, lurking and watching after I ended my stream, but I didn't get a chance to see the finished product.
So here is the retaining wall by the building here.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
And then I even did this one over here too.
What is that building you added onto the side, the silos?
These, it's liquid fertilizer and herbicide storage.
There's
So
stream play. I'm just seeing it right now. Yeah, okay. Liquid fertilizer and
herbicide.
what is it? Herbicide. Nice. That looks fantastic too. Wow, that turned out really good, Darius.
Yeah, and then I also did what are they on? They're on Field 38. I did in front of, let me get back over there again. In front of the upper part of the cow barn. This had been a really steep dip right here. I did a retaining wall over here too. So
oh, the stream delay is really bad. I gotta refresh. I still hadn't seen what you were talking about. And I was over 10, 15 seconds delayed, so. Okay, now I'm way more caught up now. Oh, that looks really good.
yep, I'm gonna plant a tree over here too to match that
Darius, one. That actually looks really fucking good, dude.
Yeah, and then of course I got my TMR production down here. Added the shelving back here. Because I have what's called a dash trailer. So it holds a water tank on the front, and then it has a mixing station. So I can take concentrate for herbicide
Oh
or
yeah.
liquid fertilizer and mix it. So here are the totes for the liquid herbicide or the solid fertilizer. 1 liter of this makes 4 liters of liquid fertilizer plus water. So you can buy these pallets in 200-liter. No, sorry. It's 1 liter of that makes 40 liters of liquid fertilizer. Because it's 120 liters of the soluble fertilizer will make 4,800 liters of liquid fert.
Yeah, that looks really good, Darius.
Only reason it looks that good is because somebody made a fence that becomes a retaining wall. So it's like, all right, yeah, I'll use that. Sure.
Well, at first it looked like it was going to be very difficult to do. Because it didn't look like those things were going together very well. But then
it is
now that
finicky.
it's finished,
Yeah,
it looks really good.
it is pretty finicky. I took a lot of trial and error to get it right. Because what was happening initially is I was trying to do like a shallow angle and then bump it another angle and then a different angle back, and it wasn't working for the way I had it set up over there. So I ended up just doing it one straight wall.
Well, it turned out really well, so I mean,
yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
It looks really good. And my worry when you were first starting it was there wasn't going to be enough space for you to get your vehicle through there. So
I was pretty worried about it, but it ended up fine.
Yeah.
I did think the same thing at first too. Once I put the piece in place, I was like, "Oh crap! There's no way this is gonna work. I'm not gonna be able to get through there." But it's wider than it looks when you come through with a vehicle. I mean, it's
fair. Now that it's finished, it looks significantly wider than it did when you were first starting. I'm like, that's gonna be a tight fit. Giggity.
Yep. But I go through there constantly with my trailer so I can pick up TMR and then I bring it into the cows.
Nice.
I kind of like how the how DJ Modding did this, where the whole thing comes underneath and the...
Yeah, that looks really cool.
And then he did the same... He did it in a lot of places, believe it or not. He has a lot of the animal pens that do that.
That's really, like, prime farmable land right there.
Well, no, but there are a lot of farms that do that type of shit.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's going to be like a rainwater, runoff or something like that you're not going to really want
little baby sheeps and stuff. Baby goats and such.
Well, you're not going to really want to put farm stuff there, but you could easily have a pass through for, animals or whatever, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, he did that in a lot of places with the different animal pens. Because there's like... He's got like 5 different farms you can play on in this map. Five or 6. that you can choose from. Might be 6.
Probably never cope. I will not be playing Farm Sim again.
Because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, five different farms. No, 6 different farms you can choose from. Yeah, I don't play Farm Sim as much as I used to, but every now and then it's relaxing.
Sure.
Can't help it.
To each their own.
There's the
I'm not
contract
knocking
I was
anybody for playing it.
expecting.
I'm just not interested. I got a lot better things that I would spend my money on than supporting that company.
Oh, if I had to buy a copy myself, there's no way I'd have been able to afford it.
Well, and to be fair, I was offered a couple of keys for 25, but I turned them down saying that I just wasn't interested in playing it, so.
Be able to make
Don't
some
get me wrong,
loan
the
payments.
game looks like fun, but I'm not supporting a game that's going to divide, a multiplayer game that's going to divide up my community. No thanks.
Yeah, honestly, as far as the DLCs go on this one, I don't really I have them. The only one I use is the Macdon pack. I have the Mercedes-Benz pack or whatever it is, and I've used the equipment a grand total of like 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
But it was pretty much the same way in 22. Like, I only used like 1 or 2 of the actual things that were DLCs. None of them really interested in me. Okay, yeah, he's still got quite a bit to go on this field. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised a lot of people have gone back to 22. Doesn't surprise me. I've thought about going back to 22 to play some of the maps over there. But
Where did we leave all last night?
okay, so we do not need the plow. We can just cultivate this field and actually cultivate. Direct seeding is best.
What's up, West Dude and Mickey Rowe? How you guys doing? Sorry, I got caught up checking out the map that Darius was working on last night. what do we need more of? Do we need more copper
Yes.
or do we need more iron?
You need yes.
Well, I know I need yes, but
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and buy the old Amazon Satan.
oh my god, my central storage is almost full. Holy crap, there's so much storage there.
Alright. Let's go put this away. I'll unload the combine one more time. Then the rest will fit in the combine, I'm sure. There we go.
So, for the rad bolt generator,
Go.
we need to deconstruct
Done.
those.
I never played Alma on 22 Cope. I played Dave's. I played Elm Creek, Wolf Creek, Canyon Crossing, and Upper Mississippi River Valley. Those are the only 4 maps I played in 22. And he hasn't put out Upper Mississippi River yet on 25. Because it's DJ that did Upper Mississippi River. Hey. My 19 and 22 maps.
Love you too.
upper right corner. I'll be honest, I don't remember the map enough to know which farm was up, what that farm was. Been a bit.
And apparently I missed a message from Dead Soul at some point in your chat. Space Engineers? Dead Soul, were you talking about Space Engineers 1 or 2?
Probably 2.
I didn't see any updates for it. I don't actually get updates for Space Engineers. I only hear about them because that game doesn't really
Maybe Cope. I don't
truly
remember.
interest
Oh,
me.
no, you said 1.
1? No, I didn't hear anything about 1. What's the TLDR?
Oh, that's right. This is what it was.
Oh, Down Under said,
Apex
Space
food
Engineers 1,
farming
Apex
and
Survival? Adds food to the game without mods? Okay. Interesting.
yeah, I'll be honest,
Okay.
Cope. I don't remember.
Let's see.
I'm trying to think. I vaguely remember a map. It had farms in the upper right corner that I'd messed with, but I don't think it was Upper Mississippi River. It was, I think it was Elm Creek or Wolf Creek. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at my games. I still have all my saves on 22, so. All right. Okay, it did actually pick it up. Ow. Damn it, my eyeball's starting to bother me. Chitty. Chitty, chitty.
do I do with lead? That's new.
Put it up your butt.
No, Darius. It's not what you do with lead. You turn it into a bullet and you send it down range. That's what you do.
Only if you have copper for jacketing.
Okay, fair enough.
Ha!
I will accept this answer.
Because lead by itself doesn't doesn't work the greatest.
Thank you, Down Under. Appreciate that too. Alright, so let's go ahead.
Alright, we
We're
are
gonna get-
done harvesting our fields. Hell yeah.
As soon as we get this wire all put in, we should
103, 103, 103. There it is.
be ready to put in the rad bolt generator.
Your face, a rad bolt generator. Go to bed, you. Occasionally. My sleep schedule is shit. More often than not, I only get a couple of hours a night. Unless I really, really, really force myself to sleep. I have a hard time sleeping. But, you know, then again, that's kind of what back pain does to you. Yeah, I've been out of work the past 5 years due to debilitating back pain. Not that, you know, disability or anything like that'll acknowledge it. So, yay me. I wish it had been due to an accident or something like that, because then I likely would have gotten disability no issue. The problem I'm running into is it's disability due to spinal disease. And because the doctors don't seem to want to properly diagnose it as the disease it is, disability system is basically just
Like,
screw
why
you.
would you not want to?
Oh, because it's a debilitating disease. There's no treatment for it. There's no pills for it. So they can't turn around and sell you medication for it. It's just a pain thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
it's it's one of those things. They don't give a shit about cures nowadays. They'd rather sell you a fucking a medication for it and have you on it for the rest of your damn life than give you a cure. And if they
Yep.
diagnose it as something without a cure because it's a genetic disease,
They can't sell you anything.
can't sell you anything. Well, the problem is, Malachi, I live in Maine. We don't have fucking shit for doctors around here. Travel is next to impossible, and I've been to pretty much all of the doctors around me, and none of them want to call it ankylosing spondylitis. Hell, half the doctors I've been to, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. The fuck there isn't. Let's see, in the past 5 years, I've been to like 9, 10 doctors.
Shit, since I've known you, you've been to at least
A
3 or
few.
4, maybe even 5, and it's only been a couple years now. What's up, Dead Soul?
Oh, there is a way. I have to manually fold the fucking thing. That's dumb. Whatever. Okay, that's done. We have... Oh, bingo. Perfect. What I was waiting on. Sent you to a pain specialist. You just have pains enough in your feet to warrant stronger meds. Doctor's pissed. Wrote your script anyway. Yeah. Well, I've been to a spinal specialist that because it's an inoperable issue, they sent me to rheumatology and pain specialist. Pain specialist put me on meds to the point it got. I hit the maximum allowable dose for that medication. Changed to a stronger medication. Went to max dose. Was on another medication after that, and I haven't gone back to the pain specialist in a while because they just weren't doing anything other than just upping dosages and changing medications, which weren't working. The rheumatologist finally is acknowledging that I actually do have ankylosing spondylitis. And the treatment they had me on that was working well, unfortunately, my insurance won't pay for.
Of course not.
No, they found some bullshit way of weaseling out of it.
Don't you just love that?
Yeah. I thought on the Upper Mississippi River I was in the bottom right of the map. I know it was right side of the map, but I thought it was bottom right corner of the map.
That's the Courseplay mod, right? The one that has little dots above that the
Yep.
vehicles follow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, it was upper right. Yep, nope, you're right, Cope. Yeah, it's turned 90 degrees from how I remember it being. I thought the river went east-west, it goes north-south. Thanks for the stretch there, Dead Soul.
Do some more combat.
Alright. Yeah, the nice thing is I have a vehicle inspector mod that couples with, like,
H2O.
Courseplay, auto drive, and your workers and stuff, and displays, you can see it just above my head here, there's a little line. It's telling me he's on node 76 of 6630 to do this field, and it's going to take him 3 hours and 11 minutes to do the field. So as long as he's driving, I can see how much diesel he has, what field he's on, what he's up to, and what vehicle's there.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice combination. Oh, the random chicken at the store's gone. I don't know why, but after I got chickens on the farm, there was a random chicken at the store in the parking lot.
That's odd.
Uh-huh. No idea why.
Alright, let's see.
No, it wasn't me. The first time it appeared, it was a rooster. Then I came back up to the store, and it was a chicken at that point. And now it's not there. And I have no idea why it was even here. Because there's no animal pens near here, nothing. It was just randomly in the parking lot. It's like, that's good to know. Nope, that's not my machinery, Cope. This map, when you start this map, that machinery is all owned by technically the NPCs, but you can use it. So what he did was, at the dealership here, it's usable equipment, not just decoration. So I could actually hop in there and take off in that and use that equipment. But it doesn't belong to my farm.
Cool.
So
it's like a co-op almost,
yeah, pretty much.
where everybody pitches in to buy something and everybody uses it when the time comes to need it. That's kind of cool.
Oh, so you have it happen there too, Reed? It must just be some weird random thing then, because I didn't notice it until after I bought chickens on my farm and then suddenly saw one, so I was like, what the hell? But I hadn't noticed it before that. So yeah, like I mean, if I go tabbing through my vehicles, I'll never hit any of the vehicles at the shop. So it's owned by a separate farm, but you can still use it type deal. I don't know exactly how he managed to do it.
Like they're an ally, but they're, you know, a separate
Yeah.
entity thing. That's cool.
So I
That's a
see
very
them.
interesting way of doing it.
I see them here, and I can jump in them and drive them around and stuff, but they don't exist on my vehicle list. Otherwise, there'd be freaking 4 John Deere combines on there. But if I were to do a contract or something like that, I could go ahead and grab one of those and take off and go do the contract with it. Beep beep. How you feeling? When was the last time you checked your temp? What was it at? Well, if you're feeling better, make sure you do some chores and stuff today there. You're home from school, you're not meant to be playing. He had a bit of a fever this morning when he woke up. I think it's just because of how he was wrapped up under the blankets. I'll tell you what, we made some money this month. I raked in some freaking contracts.
Nice.
And I've still got one more contract to do. I'm in the process of it. And that's going to yield another 340K. When it's done. I've already made 1.3 million in contract income this month.
Damn.
Another 340,000 on top of that, 1.6
Not
million.
complaining about that kind of money every month. Damn.
Nope. It just worked out right with the field 61 cultivating it.
Shit, even
after
for
harvesting
1 month,
it.
not complaining about that kind of money.
Yep. Especially not, I mean, the 4X map, some of these properties that I want are expensive. Like the next property I want to buy in order to be able to to make the next evolution of my farmyard the way I want to, I need to buy the big connecting farmland down here that kind of wraps in around all the fields and shit. It's $4.3 million for that farmland.
Goodness gracious.
And that's after I went in and cut the price in half in the XML.
Colony lacks mechatronics engineer. What? Not anymore.
Excuse me? Why won't you pick up that?
Now, How are you doing
Hello?
on power? Give me the seat.
Yeah, it's like, why won't you... There it goes. Being completely weird. Like, for whatever reason, it was just in the right spot that it didn't want to frickin' load into the seeder.
Power.
Like, hello?
Wire bridge. There. And there.
There we go. Buzz off, plane. There, not too shabby. Productive day. We got a lot done on the farm. Lot done on the farm. But on that note, I'm going to save it, and I'm going to get off the computer for a little while. I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Evil Reyes.
So we've got. We're
While I
getting
get
an
that started,
auto sweeper.
I want to say big thanks to Evil Reyes for raiding me 9 hours ago. Have him back. Also, Boomhauer, thanks for the raid. Crush Nuts, Lee Mac, thank you guys for the gifted subs and resubs earlier. Much appreciated. I will be back again tomorrow afternoon. I have to do the college run for the kid. And unless my sleep schedule says I'm up in the middle of the night again, then I have to drop him off for 9:30 in the morning, then pick him up at noontime. But otherwise, if I don't catch you next time, take care, stay safe, have a fantastic rest of your day. We'll see you later.